back up here as the illusions were cutting the waves.
You still know Doom's on cooldown though. It's coming up in 10 seconds, so Watson, he wants to push high ground, wave or not. He's gonna send a message, hit some backdoor, and the biggest item pickup perhaps in this game for Cloud9, outside of those BKBs, a Hex for DM on this Kunkka. You will absolutely have the lockdown threat for this puck right now. Cloud9 feeling that this game, perhaps in their hands. I mean, it's not a huge net worth lead, but
look at Noah, he's assaulting the tier 4s. 50 seconds, they want to force buybacks.
There is a buyback available on the Razor. There is buyback available for the puck. This is a very bold move. Very confident move.
Cloud9, will their bold move pay off here? Watson, he's going to be the one jumped on initially by 33. No buyback still. 10 more seconds. 33, are you going to doom or are you going to sleep? Sleep from Insania on 4. They buy back on Mickey, trying to get him in position with Nisha about to come up. He's going to TP into this fight. Mickey, he's going to go for the Watson lead. See if he can keep him. He's got him still in range. Smuthy in prison. What an embrace grab from Winter Wyvern. They grabbed so many heroes. Now Cloud9 on full retreat. Still, it's Watson who managed to get a Wisdom Rune before he goes down to the Doom. A buyback immediately used as Liquid are still trying to make this worth it for them. They may have killed Watson, but they need a lot more. A Scythe and a TP away from DM gets one of their cores out, but two of them have fallen for Cloud9.
Triple buyback for Liquid. They end up committing the Razor buyback as well. Very expensive high ground hold. So much damage from no one, just sitting up there fighting to his last breath. And an absolutely sick curse by Katayomi on the backside that ends up catching the puck blinking in. An extremely bold move from Cloud9 to push goal like that, but it made sense with how long Mickey's respawn timer was and how fast that went. You got some big buybacks out here. Effectively won another fight.
The downside, they won't have the super creeps, which they obviously could have taken that mid lane of barracks, but the upside, a near exposed throw, buybacks on cooldown, and they're going to be able to hold on to their own buybacks. Another downside, though, they did it during Roshan's spawn time. So this gives Liquid a free Rosh.
This is the big downside here. You might have expended buybacks as your Liquid, but if you put an Aegis straight back into your pocket, you're not too sad.
Knowing that Roshan goes the way of Liquid, do you feel like that was worth it for Cloud9? Was it the right decision?
It's very hard to say. I think it's very close, but I think you would rather have this Roshan than the Razor buyback plus the supports here.
Okay.
Aegis is very strong versus the Doom. Like, that's the biggest factor here. I think the Aegis is nice for Liquid. If anything, they want to take it away so the fight opens up more for the Razor than Doom to just commit in and get the kills when they can get them.
Yeah.
They're going to give the Aegis to Mickey here, reward his buyback usage. But big item pickups across the board. Like, you got the Refresher done for 33 now, so you have double Doom to play around, which might make it easier to commit a Doom on the first target you see. We saw how hard that jump was there, though, with the Lotus Orbs that 133 was worried about.
Yeah.
It's a very awkward initiation for him.
They may have all the blink daggers in the world. They may be able to get on top of Cloud9, but Cloud9, they do have certain responses, like the Lotuses, like Katayomi's positioning, and whether or not he hits that Winter's Curse. He's got a Hurricane Pike now, so he can maybe blink in and break Lincolns and still get a curse off.
I mean, he's so strong. This Wyvern is becoming a big problem for Liquid. He gets to level 20 with the extra slow plus an Ags. He's another carry in this game.
33 got the Doom off onto DM, but if he gets back to his base, it's perfectly fine. They'll lose Fishman for it. But a BKB and a Doom use. Boxy's still hunting for more. Shot back there by no one.
Doom's worn out. Liquid not getting exactly what they wanted out of there. Use the Refresher on the Doom as well to just start pushing down that cooldown. Cloud9, they will sacrifice Fishman as they have time and time again. And retreat. Wearing out this Aegis period. 3.5 minutes left. Your high ground is awful though if you're Liquid.
Oh yeah.
And nobody can really hit it. You just want to win the fight. Like, that's how you win this game. You crush Cloud9's lives.
Oh, Katayomi. He is walking into a sentry. Disha, he spotted him. Oh, he didn't get the dust, didn't get the coil. Katayomi's faster than him. He forced Saf down to low ground. He's out. There's no coil to stop him. Great reaction from the support of Cloud9.
That was so risky.
Cloud9 they're not fearful at all, man. TI main stage, making plays, going straight for throne, not in his barracks. Katomi out on the base against an Aegis with some heroes down like that.
Yeah, he's the buyback button. He bought out for that.
Oh my god.
So you're making that play, you're making that scouting with no buyback on one of the more important heroes here. He goes down, that opens up the high ground. That is a huge snag for Liquid. We are seeing this game. It's still technically in Cloud9's hands. Feels like they figured out a way to break the teamfight hold Liquid's had on this series. Gain some momentum for themselves, and they are scaling, man. That's the biggest factor here. I think this Puck is an insane hero in the late game for Liquid, but you have to worry a little bit for the Razor and the Doom finding their mark in the fights first. What's effectively going to be a triple ranged carry lineup between the Viper, the Lina, and the Sniper. They're all just going to sit there and start hitting you.
More Lincolns in this game. Spell casting in these team fights is going to get weird. So many Lincolns. Lotus and the Lincolns coming in for Cloud9 as Watson's trying to protect himself. With the Blink Daggers, I feel like you almost can't stop the initiation from Liquid. That Razor's probably going to get on top of you. He's probably going to try and link you like he did in that last team fight. Cloud9 managed to get this Tormentor right before Liquid cuts across. They are running out of time here. 2 minutes left on the Aegis, and I feel like they haven't done too much of it.
That's the question. What can you do with it? You can't just break high ground naturally. You need the fight.
Maybe thinking to get a pick off, but they still are not finding it. Cloud9 have been quick enough. They stay one step ahead of Liquid. They'll get this tier 2. But it is a paltry reward for this 5-minute Aegis timing.
You get a refresher for your Razor, huge item for Mickey in this game. You can play around double BKB, double Lincolns now. Gives them a lot more capability to take a longer fight. And of course, you're pushing towards some level 25 talents in this game as well. A lot of level 24 heroes right now. Level 25 is Nisha on that Puck. Does have the debuff immunity piercing Dream Coil. Could be a huge deal. Again, if you can find the coil on the Sniper, on the Lina, suddenly that goes a way longer way than it did before.
Yeah, you combine that with the Aghanim Scepter as well. He's trying to build up.
He's scaling, man. He is scaling. He's going to be the real big damage factor for Liquid in these late games. You need to catch this Puck in the curse, and you probably can't throw it on him unless you have a very clutch Lincoln's break.
Katomi trying to go shove out these waves. Not be caught in the process once again. Cloud9 just 1 or 2 seconds away from getting caught.
That's your Aegis period. 30 seconds, it's out. Cloud9 can push out the base and take another aggressive fight if they want to. In fact, they are already smoked up in preparation for this expiration. Mickey farming aggressively. 10 seconds left on this Aegis.
Cloud9 looking to make a move around this Aegis expiration. They also want to play around vision. Got a high ground ward here. And a tier 2 tower right next to it. It's a great area for Cloud9 to be able to take a fight. Liquid are not going to trespass onto that area.
Gotta get these lanes out. Your Cloud9, Liquid continuing to farm up the map. Push towards those level 25s. In fact, they got the Razors. It's another big talent in this game. Getting the attack steal. Very nice on these ranged carries. And now that you have Refresher, potentially double link, double PE. It is a lot of damage gone out of your lineup. Connect the Razor. Boxy Blink could also be pretty influential. You saw some decent snowball saves versus a lot of the Kunkka spells, Wyvern spells, LSA.
45-minute game, 17-17, dead even net worth. Could it have all come apart off of just 1 or 2 team fights? Cloud9 have smoked up and looked for it, but Liquid, they seem to know something's going on with some of their deep vision and the bottom wave pushing in. You know, back behind their towers, knowing the smokes, much harder to find purchase against those objectives. Doom applies mute. It's up, as is the shard for Boxy now.
These Dooms are brutal, but can you land them? Yeah. That is the big question. There's a lot of interrupt. There's a Lincoln's now on the Lina. There's a Lincoln's being built for no one. Lotus Orb and Hex on DM. So if you go in with this Doom, you don't free BKB. You risk getting instant hexed. So you have to throw them fast, but you don't have a lot of time to throw them out through these Lincoln Spheres. And currently 33 is playing with War Stomp, so he cannot break these Lincoln Spheres on his own. Gonna be a big problem.
Yeah, what does Liquid do about that? Feels like he's got to change neutral capabilities.
Yeah, they have no Lincoln's breaking capability in this lineup. Basically zero.
Yeah, I think with the Winner's Curse problem that they're featuring, you don't want to risk anybody else breaking that Lincoln's for you, because then you're just naturally grouping up.
Exactly.
46-minute power rune. Any little advantage you can get. Cloud9 are searching for it. Mickey finds an Invis rune instead. Probably not making much use of that. Aegis spawn time. It's gonna be coming up here pretty soon.
Running into
not afraid of the sight of Icebox. He's gonna go for it. He managed to hit out Snowball onto the Lotus. That's gonna pull him out of here. Oh no, 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 no. DM in some trouble. They got the hook shot onto Nisha. They didn't have the follow-up though. They got the Doom out onto DM, making out the best target. They threw a coil on after that. The second Doom onto the Sniper with the link onto him. That'll definitely do it. Watson's gonna have to carry this one. No one's gonna buy back. They're losing some of their supports. Can no one and Watson push through this second part of the fight? Liquid seeing these buybacks and the TPs coming in are trying to retreat now, but DM is trying to catch them. We got a slow from Kataomi, slowing down 33. But DM, he wasn't able to get the X to grab anybody. Now, those buybacks, he didn't reward them at all. They throw out an assassination. Wait a minute, the Doom's caught up on the high ground. Insane, he has to use the song to try and save him here. Watson, he runs forward with his BKB, hits the Gleipnir, tries to catch her after Drink Buddy's gonna pull him back. Meanwhile, the hook shot onto Insania, manages to get off mirror images. Nisha's gonna jump away from Cloud9. They're pulling him back, but the curse, maybe it holds him in place long enough. The LSA, it does, chaining the stun. Think he's tanky though, down to half HP. Watson might be able to finish him off, he doesn't manage to get that much, but the Anisha, he is still on top of them. Orb after orb, cold breeze, healing up Watson as long as possible. Here comes the boat, lands on a 2. Liquid, they're backing away, but they are gonna have casualties. Mickey's in for a second line, immediately pushed back by no one with a coil. Lands onto him, trying to finish up the Sniper, has to get a dieback. How many diebacks can they get out of Cloud9? It all comes down to this. Can they get Watson? They've got him. Watson dead. DM on the run. Another dieback coming in for Cloud9. Liquid. One fight is all it takes.
buybacks committed, but they get what they were looking for. Running down this Lina at the end of the fight. A huge gold swing in this game. So much experience for Liquid as once more they just killed everybody on Cloud9. Buybacks are not. That curse was not good enough in that fight. And all that started with no one going down to the first Doom. Now out for 80, no buyback. No buyback on this Kunkka. 95 seconds. Liquid have everybody.
And now it's Liquid's opportunity to return the favor to Cloud9. Are they going to hit tier 3s and go straight for throne during these diebacks, or are they going to play it conservative? Nope, the call has been made. Time to hit tier 4s.
You need a big curse here. You need to get multiple heroes and set the fight up for Watson to deal the damage.
33 jumps in, immediately throws out the Doom on Kataomi. Doesn't find too much past that. Kataomi's going to be playing a bit of a timeout here while the tier 4s are going to start falling. They're going to have to play this 3 versus 5.
No clip here anymore. Is your Wyvern even up in time to make this play?
Is it even capable for Watson to be able to stop any of this? Does he even have the damage to kill these heroes fast enough? Their throne is under assault. He's lost another hero. 2 versus 5 down. Hit the stop. Got the Doom. No, wait. Lincoln's able to block it, but it doesn't matter. Throne is exposed, and Liquid will take the 2-0.
What an impressive win from Liquid. That game looked like it was going to go later and later. Roshan was potentially going to be an issue. The ranged carries for their cores were potentially going to be an issue. They just find a way in the team fights. There's no way about it. It was not a draft advantage. It's not a strategy advantage. You're just getting outplayed. Nisha, Foxy are just straight out playing you at every turn in these fights, and they know it. This is a team. The meta suits them right now. They have a lot of momentum in this tournament, and they just push themselves to the top 3.
They hype up Nisha, say he's the best player in the world. They give him the puck, and he delivers massive damage output in all of these fights, rarely getting caught, and the rest of Team Liquid follows suit. Team that has been around for quite some time, another podium finish, and that experience allows them to be able to take Cloud9 down in a second game that was quite close between the two.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Quite a performance from Team Liquid here on the main stages. Didn't think they had it in them in that second game. It felt like Cloud9, we saw the predictions there. We saw the game was favoring Cloud9 for a large share of the game. They had their certain leads. They were able to get certain things out of Liquid. They go for the throne, an idea that they'll look back on and perhaps regret.
Losing that Roshan cost them so much control over that game. Definitely a decision. You watch that replay 1,000 times, you will never find the right answer, but it did not work for them there.
Liquid pull off the 2-0, and it's time to head to on stage where we've got Insania for a winner's interview.
That's right, Cap. I'm here with Insania. Listen to that crowd. I mean, was that fun? Was that stressful? How was it in that booth?
It's very fun. Playing in front of a crowd like this is always the best feeling in the world. I think many of us... Yeah, I mean, it's a big reason why we enjoy playing so much. It's these crowds and being able to do this. Unfortunately, this last game was a bit resident sleeper. I blame my drafters for that, so I'm sorry about that, but hopefully next game will be more exciting.
I hope so. I mean, I don't know. I kind of enjoyed it, to be honest. I think a lot of people here did as well. You mentioned the drafting, though. You know, what's it been like for you as a position 5 to have to move around a little bit? Because it's been a role which has changed a lot. Now you're having to learn this Naga Siren, these Tinkers. What's that like for you as position 5?
I don't really enjoy it. I miss playing like Lich and stuff. I feel like having like 5 carry heroes every single draft is just kind of odd. And I was like just hitting creeps this game. I think I had like 300 CS. I'm literally AFK. I want to fight more, you know, like give me more active heroes.
All right, well, maybe we get to see that a little bit more in the future. We'll see. There was some really clutch moments during these games. I think for game 1, we had 33 coming in the Sanctuary. We had game number 2. What's the communication like between you guys in those moments?
Maybe they can play it on stream, but I feel like it's usually just let Nisha cook, let Meta cook. You just let them do their thing.
All right, and of course, there is another series to come. There's Tundra versus Gaming. What do you think is going to happen in that series?
I really hope Tundra crushes Gaming, and that would be great.
I think we all know why, Insania. Thank you very, very much. Well done. Crowd, one more time for Insania and Liquid as they make top 3 at the International, and we will send it back to the panel.
Thank you, Nomad and Insania there. I mean, there's a lot of Liquid fans in the crowd, and they're very happy with that 2-0 for them. Game 2, though, definitely not as easy. And he's like, you just let Nisha cook, and you really had to for that one, Fly, because Nisha wasn't doing so great from the laning phase.
Yeah, that was a very good sniper last pick, right? When you get sniper versus Puck, that is one of the hardest matchups in Dota. You know, my mid laner definitely complains about that one. But I think the interesting thing that happened was that the sniper actually rotated pretty early. He would move to the side lanes, and Nisha actually had pretty good net worth in that game, all things considered, after the first 5 minutes. So Nisha did a great job recovering.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of these replays from this game number 2. The team fight was a big question mark for me, Winter, because it didn't feel as clean as we normally see from Liquid. Cloud9 doing really great to make it as disruptive as possible, but it also wasn't always going in their favor either.
Yeah, I think in the early fights, they did a really good job on Cloud9 to set up a couple of very key kills on the Puck. We were mentioning Puck being like a huge problem in the fights, but they were able to use the curse into the Lina stun to catch him like once or twice. I think this is one of the few examples why with this Puck hero, when you pick it in the right game and you don't have the right tools to deal with him, she just kills everyone in the team fight. If the team fight is not over, it's a long fight, the Puck is going to win you the fight.
And what do you think about Fear, where we did see Cloud9 take control of this game, push that high ground, but decided to rush for the tier 4s rather than being able to take that mid lane perhaps?
Yeah, I don't know why Insania said this was a resident sleeper game. It was very exciting.
Okay, maybe after the last approach, it was a little resident.
Perhaps, but like even then, there's like a lot of back and forth fights, like a lot of judgment calls you have to do for both teams. And C9, unfortunately, they feel like 2 heroes are dead. They don't know necessarily if there's buyback or not. The buybacks come in, you go for the throne. Unfortunately, that was like the moment where you capitalized, but it kind of bit you back, and then now you're in a situation where you gave up Roche, you're sitting in your base, and they feel like they can't leave their base after that. So yeah, they're going to go back and look at that one and decide if that was the right call.
I mean, another judgment call is this fight that we're seeing play out right now. There were a lot of buybacks from both sides here. Cloud9 mostly in the early part where they buy back on 2 of their cores. Was this the decision that now that we have the hindsight fly, we're like, oh, you probably should have waited it out, just given that fight and looked towards taking something on the high ground instead?
It's always a tough decision in the moment because there's a fight breaking out, there's spells being used, and you're like, let's use yourself. If I buy back your spells being used, I'm going to be able to come in and clean up. And something we actually talk about in our team is that you should at least give it, 2 to 3 seconds before you buy back to make a good judgment call. But as soon as one person starts doing it, you kind of have to follow
It's a
through.
chain reaction.
Yeah, you have to, because if you don't, then that person bought back for nothing, and it's going to be a very bad situation. So you have to follow through with that first person who did it, and in this case, it was not a good one.
Yeah, well, like we said, we have that hindsight. We can take it a little bit slow. We don't feel the high pressure of that. But Liquid, they didn't feel the pressure either. It was a big question mark when we saw 33 join this roster at the start of the year for Liquid. It wasn't off to a great start for them, but now they've secured top 3 at TI13. And Fear, it's a roster that's really coming together. It feels like it's not just this patch that's working in favor for them. A lot has changed within the team to allow for this adjustment and be able to hit a lot of different play styles.
Yeah, I mean, Team Liquid is a team that has always looked really good. The only issue is when they meet Gaming Gliders in the grand finals, to be honest with you. So Insania is hoping for that not to happen again. But you never know. It's a different time. It's different TI. Maybe if they do meet, this could be the best I've seen Liquid play in a long time. So even against Flame, and I'm a little more optimistic.
Yeah, and then what about the side of Cloud9? Because they're not eliminated by any means. They're going down to that lower bracket though. So they're still in that top 6 right now, Winter, but they're going to have to go up against Falcons tomorrow.
I feel like they have a lot of takeaway in this series. They have to try to make some adjustments. I think in terms of I think the draft, like finding a balance between like drafting heroes that your team is really good and trying to counter their opponents, and try to just find a balance between that. I think overall today in the second game, they showed that they could come back after a rough first game, find some solutions, and try to play another game. And they almost had a really good chance to win the game, but unfortunately, Liquid just out-executed them in a couple of really good moments.
It does come down to that. Fear, I heard that there's a specific moment in the game that you were hoping to have a look at.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to highlight a little bit the Wyvern pick and the item build that he was like. This was the item he picked up, the Shadow Blade you'll see in his inventory. Before that fight, when they went for the throne, they were able to catch the puck, and that was very critical for them, like potentially getting in that position. So a nice honorable mention of itemization to really help them kind of deal with Nisha in a way. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Puck does have a lot of if you don't have enough silences or stuns, you can get away with it, but it definitely helped them with that.
I mean, the other thing being how time independent it was for Cloud9 as well. I mean, it just felt like things were down to the millisecond.
Yeah, I mean, it was all like a chain reaction of things, like catching the puck and then catching the Fraser on top and potentially being able to close out the game. But I did feel like this game was a bit of a ticking time bomb when you have this puck who just is scaling like crazy. You have this Doom that we see on screen, Doombringer late game. It's just too much at some point. That at the very end, I felt like it was just easier for Liquid to execute with those types of heroes as opposed to having a sniper Lina who have to stay in the back and be in the perfect position. But there's so many ways to get on top of those heroes.
It feels like a tough question to answer what I'm about to say, but what about 33's Doom works, whether in this game or in the majority of games, that isn't working for other teams or other people picking Doom?
I mean, again, we see that this Doom was picked a bit later, right? It was not a first pick Doom, so he had some purpose that he was happy with. I think it was the Kunkka, right? Like, he knows his purpose in the game when he picks it. Like, I'm gonna find this guy, at least in the early game, I'm gonna get a good Doom target, and I'm gonna be able to play my game. On top of that, this guy's also a Doom specialist. This guy's been winning on this hero forever. He always finds the right item build to go because Doom is a very versatile hero, and 33's brain is massive, so he can always figure out the right build. So I think this was just another showcase.
Awesome. Well, Fly, it's been fantastic to have you on the panel. Congratulations to Liquid as well, getting a 2-0 here, but we've got to keep this day going. We do still have our 4th and final series to come up, and before we get into it, let's hear some extra words from the Tundra players.
The best moment of this international, I think, was beating Falcons 2-0. I think the second game was very exciting.
We won them by just, I don't know, over skill. We know everyone, like each other so good. This game they're very good, but we just wanna show the perfect Dota, you know? That's why the game like super hard for us, for them also, because we know each other and game kinda 50-50.
You precious
And
weak
like
thing.
one moment can change everything.
Fortified.
I think this is really good for the Dota. Our next series is going to be against Egypt, so I'm looking forward to play against them.
Destroyed them.
I'm going to win this one. I think gaming gladiators, like, they know how to punish the enemy team. Like, they close them up super well, and they have a good flex heroes between Durachio and Ace, and their subs are such a beasts. But we have something special also. We have Topias, and he's gonna show everyone who gonna win 30i.
I don't really have any like expectations really going into it. I think we just have to, you know, play our game. Don't get stressed or nervous about their play style. Like, they play fast, they want to end the games early, and I think we just have to kind of just be prepared for that and understand our own times.
Strength of Team Thunder is this TI. I'll say it's just our hero pool plus our, you know, like, mental condition. We got no pressure at all. Playing our game, which is playing for fun. And there's a like map movement, like everything, so really good.
Strongest team at this TI, I would say, are still Gladiators and Liquid. They are the teams to beat, basically. I think they have a good idea of the meta and they play very well as a team, so they're gonna be very strong.
Your bottom tower is
We
under
feel
attack.
good. We want to play on stage for sure. A long time I'm not playing stage. From my perspective, I'm excited.
Playing in front of a crowd is always a lot of fun. I haven't played in front of a TI crowd since TI 9, so I hope we're gonna do well.
I think Team Thunder at this TI could win this TI for sure, because we already got, you know, TI winner and double TI winner in this roster, so I don't know, for sure we got a lot of things, a lot of strats, a lot of momentum to win this tournament. I just love these guys, you know, love the crown, everything. I just wanna win Dota and just play Dota, that's it. I hope we can win the international, but who knows? Who knows?
Who knows, but these players, they can be one step closer to securing that victory for themselves here.
Your top tower is under attack.
Killing spree!
First.
Invisible spectrum.
Why am I surrounded by such peons? Dire structures are fortified. Bottom tower being attacked. Bottom tower being attacked. Your bottom tower is under attack. Radiant have fortified their towers. I'd like not to lose my top tower I told you to had. I suggest you get over there right. Top tower has
I missed the mark. Hot enough for you?
Your top tower is under attack. Top tower under siege. Your top tower. Mid tower taking damage.
precious weak thing. Killing spree!
Enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
我哪里猜了呀？标准点已经乱了。Thank you, you precious weak thing.
Roshan's blood is spilled. The Radiant shed no tears. Farewell, sweet angel.
They've all. But either way, we do have a draft, so let's see game number 1.
Tundra Esports versus Gaming Gladiators. Game 1.
Well, that's it. Game 1. We've got a lovely audience filling out our Royal Arena here in Copenhagen, Denmark, and we're going to see just what's happening. That Invoker getting a massive respect from Gaming Gladiators, taken out right off the bat. Tundra, though, focusing a little bit more on those supports that we have hopped on and on about over the last week and a half. That Naga and that Shadow Demon, no bar from Tundra at all.
I do want to say one thing about the Invoker. We saw in the first series of today, this got first phase banned as well. And I would imagine that it's probably because on the last day before the break, we saw some very successful Invokers. And I'm just guessing that this hero was in every single scrim within the break. And then also, you don't want to give this to Thompson. Like, this is his most played hero in the tournament, and he looks extremely good on it.
Yeah, I'll add the second point for Nat there.
Okay.
The last series they won was versus Falcons 2-0, and they had an Invoker both games.
There you go.
And there was this one game as well, they actually picked Invoker blind, you know, because before the tournament I thought Invoker was a hero that you needed to still see your matchup and pick it, but they picked it blind and the game went really well. He didn't really suffer in the laning phase as much, so that kind of changed my opinion on Invoker. He's like a hero that I feel like you can just pick and you don't really care about the matchup as much, and you're going to be doing a lot, like just running around the map. He's very similar to Monkey King in a way, I think. You're just getting your levels, and after that, you assist your side lanes very well. You go swap, you run around, you get kills, and it helps your whole team.
The game that you're talking about is the Heroic series, and the Invoker won the lane against TA. Yeah. I remember that, and we were like, okay, I guess this matchup is just not the same as it once was.
I will say one of my favorite things when we see teams come on stage or finally play again after a 4 or 5 day break is seeing what they either ban out due to what's in the meta, they ban out due to respect, which is that Invoker, or maybe something's happening in the back end of the scrims that we haven't seen. This Visage, maybe Tundra place it very high, and because they don't have that first pick, they don't want gaming to be able to get their hands on it. So that one, the Visage, is it a respect? Is there something else going on? Either way, it does leave Gaming Gladiators to pick up the Marana.
I think Visage is very similar to like a Doom. I kind of like to categorize these two heroes together, because when you talk about playing fast, right, these two heroes creates goal out of nothing.
Same Tundra. And they've clearly identified that too, because they've changed their drafts with that in mind. Like, they're valuing this Mars incredibly highly, and I think they should.
Well, looking at this hero pool, just for Duracho as well as Pure here, but mostly I want to talk on the Gaming Gladiator side. What a lot of people said was a key to their success.
More, because Monkey King and Invoker, those are the mid heroes that seemingly...
But Thompson hasn't played, Monkey King and Quinn has.
Yeah,
so that's interesting.
But he should be able to play it if they want to, you know, like this meta, I think in theory kind of suits Thompson a lot more than Quinn. I agree that Quinn is more stable, but sometimes you want someone that can win you the games that you cannot win, you know. And maybe if you have a stable player, he's not going to do as well as the player willing to go make the crazy moves, you know. And Thompson, I feel like he's one of those players that could maybe win you the games that seemingly look like a dead end.
Yeah. Well, when we were talking to those players in that break day between playoffs and here at the main event, they gave us the insight that they think Liquid, Gaming, they're the two that they're most afraid of. So, Flash.
Basic level important.
Right. Stage right of subs.
On stage.
dominated all of 2023. They just fell short at TI12, coming second place, but right now they want to make a name for themselves. They want to make it at least to top 3 minimum. See if they are able to do it here at TI13, but in upper bracket, best of 3, their opponents being in Tundra. We'll see if it's possible. We'll see what they have prepared for themselves in fear. Seeing these two teams now out on stage, the banter between them, what can we really expect when it comes on down to the nitty-gritty?
I mean, you can expect Gaming Glider. They're in their comfort zone right now. They were used to being on the big stage for 2 years in a row now, and we heard from Ramses himself. It's been a while since he's been on the stage here. So Gaming Gliders, they're in their comfort zone. This is a team that likes to play extremely fast, but Tundra is aware of that. Even Tops in the interview says, we know they're going to play fast. We just have to be prepared for it.
That was unexpected.
I was actually going to mention that, but I didn't think they'd pick it now. I was going to say the worst hero that Mars can play against is Lone Druid in the game, and that's something Ace typically will pick after he sees the carry matchup, because if you see your matchup, if you're playing his Faceless Void or something, what he did last time, you decimate it. I'm not sure if Dyrachyo is up for the challenge of playing a Lone Druid. I'm not sure if he plays that hero, hasn't played it yet, but that is something that is incredibly good versus the Mars. I was thinking they're going to pick like an Alchemist or something, and then later down the road pick this Lone Druid, and that could just be their type of style, right? You play really fast, you hit the timing, you can end the game. We typically don't see the Lone Druid picked up this early because there are some bad lane matchups. This hero particularly doesn't like to play against a lot of ranged carries, and this is a ranged carry type of meta.
Man, this is a death ball strategy coming out of
You already know.
This is going to be a very quick game if Gladiators manage to.
It's either going to be a quick game or a long game.
Chen versus Enchantress.
Yeah.
That's an age-old question. Which one of these heroes wins in this matchup?
Oh, do you have any?
I don't have the answer. I don't know.
I mean, I feel like in the past you would debate this and like, oh, you steal the creep, I take your creep, you take my creep. I feel like their interaction is very minimal now, because like Chen just gets so many creeps, or Ench can only have like one at a time, so you still one of Chen's creep doesn't really matter. They don't really interact in the laning stage at all, so I personally think they just do different things. I feel like Ench is more of like a lane winner than Chen right now, whereas Chen is more of a timing hero.
He gets a mech,
you get your
mech,
mech,
push a tower.
You group up, and Ench isn't really good versus that playstyle.
Well, look, the Luna coming out for Tundra, a hero that has impressed time and time again throughout that playoffs. A lot of people putting it in their S, maybe even S+ tier category when it comes to carries. Is this still something that you're willing to run for Gaming Gladiators, the Lone Druid offlane that will now be laning up against what is expected to be a Luna Ench?
You'll probably be worried. I think it might actually be just Luna ET. ET is very good against Lone Druid in the lane. Because of the extra unit, you get more from your spirit, and you're very good at running Lone Druid down. I think Lone Druid's weakness is if he's up against a support that can close the distance, which ET has with the movement speed, and you kind of just bully him or kill him in the lane. And Luna with ET is a perfect pairing, because Luna from far range, he can use the Lucent Beam, and ET you can get a couple of extra right clicks onto the hero. So this is a very formidable lane against Lone Druid.
But the question is, does Dyrachyo play Lone Druid? I don't really know. And this doesn't answer anything either, because Dyrachyo plays Brood as well. Ace can play Brood. I'm very curious to see where the Lone Druid's going with this. I wasn't sure if the Brood would be good. I was thinking in my head, like, you know, DK carry or Alchemist carry against the ET sounds pretty good.
They've got a ban Earthshaker right now. I think that is an instant loss, yes. If they play into a Thompson Earthshaker, I do not think there's any winning this game with all of the creeps they have.
He needs to be like on a hero to defend towers and clear creeps.
Okay, I'm gonna quickly ask the question though, before we talk more about bans and last picks, is would you rather your team play on heroes they're not as comfortable on, but in their lanes, or heroes they're comfortable on, but lanes they don't normally play?
Sorry, I gotta interrupt you here. Dyrachyo has played 7 games of Lone Druid in his pubs in the past 8 days, 100% win rate. 100% win rate, so
yeah, he's
this is I mean, if I know Dyrachyo, whatever he plays in his pubs, you know he's going to play it on, like, competitive.
Yes.
100% of the time.
Yeah.
And he is 7-0 on this hero in pubs. Dyrachyo's playing this Lone Druid. It confused me at first, like, yeah, Mars, it's really bad versus Lone Druid, but I don't see why Ace would pick it up. He doesn't see his lane yet. But it was a debate all along. He saw the Mars. Dyrachyo wanted to play that Lone Druid. It was an incredibly good lane and game matchup. Ace is confident enough that this Brood against the Luna plus ET is going to be good enough, and I'm going to trust him. And so far, every time Ace does pick this Brood, he does deliver. So this flex looking really strong right now for Gaming Gladiators.
Out of curiosity, which facet on Lone Druid is he going for? Is it the new one?
I would have to check that real quick.
Because there's 3. There's the one where you now have the 3 slots on the main guy, but you're gaining...
Oh, he's getting the one where you have 3 slots.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I've not seen that in competitive yet.
Well, here's the thing, right? Like, maybe Drachu doesn't want to micro the bear. With this build, you don't have to. You just buy all the items on your hero. You go for the Gleipnir and Harpoon and, like, treads on your hero.
Game's going to be over before you have too many items to micro.
It's kind of genius, actually.
That's exactly what they want. It's the pace they expected, and it's easier to execute. 2 things that they do love here. We're still looking at some of these last bans. Dazzle taken out from the side of Gaming Gladiators. Puck as well. They're going to look to take out another mid laner, but what exactly?
Catch. They need catch. They have very little catch right now.
Thompson.
I'm still going to die on this Earthshaker hill here. I feel like...
Okay, but Tundra are banning right now.
Yeah, I mean, Gaiman has to pick first here, so Quinn, he definitely needs to pick one of his Spirit-esque heroes, something that rotates on the map. Whenever you play the Broodmother, it's best to have a mid laner who can just pick up a rune, walk to the Brood's lane. Then all of a sudden, Brood just gets a bunch of spiders, and all of a sudden, Brood takes over the whole map. And I think the whole reason why that works is because your mid laner can make rotations there, but you are picking it blind. So he has to weigh his options here to make sure there's nothing.
He wants a melee hero, right? Because they are banning Dazzle, most likely.
Yeah, most of the spirits are like the melee guys outside the Storm Spirit, but I'm not sure if that's what he's looking at.
Void Spirit.
Ember, just because you didn't say it, I thought I'd throw that one down.
They don't really have to be spirits. They could be like a tiny. They could be Shaker themselves, right?
I was thinking about that. Leave the Shaker in and take it for Quinn.
Yeah.
All you're thinking about Jenkins is Earthshaker.
I just think that they're thinking about it.
Okay, you got to give more.
Because if they don't want to pick it, they kind of have to ban it.
Yeah, I agree. But it is a decent Earthshaker game for them as well. They banned Batrider. I mean, these are like...
Storm it is. That is the Spirit. I mean, now Thompson, this is where he thrives. He is last pick. We're going to open the Tundra egg and see what the Thompson surprise is in here.
Fantastic analogy.
That's how it feels like watching Thompson play. It's like, what am I going to get today? What am I going to be treated with as a last pick here? He sees everything. He gets his lane. He's not going to get Puck, which is like the big one. And we're going to get an Alchemist, probably in the mid lane.
Tower Defender.
There's your Thompson surprise right there.
Yeah, Acid Spray Tower Defender. And Acid Spray is also really good against Lone Druid. I'm actually liking this elk.
I will say though, okay, this is cool and everything, but you are playing versus a Brood Lone Druid Chen lineup that is incredibly fast. So if this doesn't defend the towers, which I don't think Acid Spray really deters Chen very much, this could get ugly fast. But if they manage to get a couple defenses, they have an additional carry now.
Yeah.
So it could be interesting. Yeah,
I mean, Tundra could also win the lanes really hard, and then maybe they won't run into damage issues, but if they don't, I do see ET Enchantress supports with the Mars. Where's the damage? It's not coming from the Alk until he gets a few items. It's got to come from Pure on the Luna, honestly. Like, Pure has to play active this game. You talked about him being able to play both active and greedy. Well, Luna is a hero that can do both. But in this game, I think he's not going to want to be the guy that's farming stacks. Like, he needs to show up to fights and use that ult, because otherwise they don't have damage.
Yes, but you're using your ulti into Chen creeps, Spider Rights, and Lone Druid Bear. The ult's not going to be super effective this game, but his right click will. It seems like a bit of a greedy draft, so I'm not sure if it'll work out.
Yeah, is that reflected as well with the facet that he's going for Luna? Because that is one of the most contested facets that we have on a hero. It is almost down that 50-50 split of what people want to go for. Right now, he has selected the Moonstorm. So does that lead into exactly what you would like for him?
I think so. I mean, that tells me that he wants to win the lanes and play off of that, which if he wins the lanes, he can go through the portal, he can get active and do the damage that they need.
All right, we're going to get some more words, not from you guys, though, from one of our coaches down on stage with Slacks.
Thank you so much. Yes, indeed. Hello, my friends. We have CYATY yet again. Match made in heaven, of course, but a match made here in the hometown. How's it feel to be in the hometown, baby?
Oh, it feels great.
All right, fantastic. The crowd feels the same way. Now, my friend, quite the aggressive draft here. I mean, second Lone Druid. Last time you and me talked, came through the lower bracket. You picked Lone Druid. Things didn't really work out too good. But this time, confidence. Why pick such a counterable hero so early? You feeling pretty okay?
We're feeling pretty good. I think we have the best Lone Druid in the world. And now we actually have 2 players as well, so I feel like we're pretty hot on it right now.
Absolutely. Now, the Broodmother has been a staple for you guys. You've been doing very well. I saw you banned out the sniper yourselves this time instead of picking it up. Would you be able to care to share why you would do that against these guys?
It's just one of the most annoying heroes in the game.
Well, I think we can all attest to that. Absolutely. All right, now, I gotta ask you, you pick some heroes that are kinda counterable. You know, you got the Broodmother, Lone Druid, all that. They're gonna end things with the Alchemist. If you were the coach, is that who you would have picked? How do you feel about that last pick, Alchemist?
I feel like when you have Thompson in your team, you don't really get a say in this hero. I think he picks whatever he wants to, and I think he wanted Alchemist, so that's that.
And that is that. All right, my friend. Well, thank you so much. We wish you the best of luck in game 1. And let's go ahead and get into that game with our fantastic casters.
Thank you very much, Sir Action Slackstance fan here with Cinder for game number 1 of this best of 3 between Gaming Gladiators and Tundra. This is going to be a sick series, Cinderman. And welcome home, by the way. Are you jet lagged from your long trip?
I'm good, thank you. Yeah, I mean, what can I say? These drafts today has had a lot of really good individual games, but who knows? Maybe we've saved the absolute best for last. Tundra versus Gaming Gladiators. The heroes that both teams are running here are... This has been a crazy mind game in and of itself, so I really hope everybody out there is ready for one hell of a game. Kom down! Hey, klar!
What does that mean? Can you translate?
Do you hate Suns fans?
Well, I can't blame them. As we get into this game, I mean, you're talking about this lineup, Cinder. This is a disgusting zoo lineup, if you want to call it that, from Gaimin.
Yeah.
What can Tundra do to try to contest it?
Well, first of all, obviously, as the panel talked about, it's a lot of the time when you're playing against Zoo like this, it's either having heroes that have a lot of AoE damage that hit multiple targets, and especially something like Echo Slam that they talk to death with, you know, amplifying itself. Either you have that, or you need some big boys that stand in front of the tower and make it difficult to take. So in this case, Thompson's going to play the Alchemist. I was thinking to myself, maybe something like a Timbersaw could have been a possibility. You know, that archetype of hero where effectively you're trying to just stall. Buy time and get to your items on, in this case, the Luna.
All right, so only time will tell if Gaimin can play their fast style. We get to ponder this. What the horse happens here, Cinderella? The pause in the laning stage. Who gets the last hit?
I have never played this game with 3 lanes at once.
That's true. This is hardcore. The last hit.
I have never. I think Quinn will get his melee creep. You see the tower shot about to hit that one, and he's mid-animation, so I'm pretty sure he's got that one on lock. All right, that makes it a lot harder. I don't think anyone can really... Oh,
this is the deadlock perspective here. You got to kill the souls that pop up after you last hit, of course.
All right, your $50 has been deposited in your Steam account.
Thank you, Gaimin. Appreciate that. I'm really cheap, apparently. But yeah, this is going to be an epic series because I don't know if you disagree with this. I don't even know if this is that, you know, contested of a statement, but I think Pure has been playing the best carry of the entire tournament. Would you agree with that?
I think he played at least the best individual carry game on his Luna. I think the game they had against Falcons was insane. So many split-second crazy decisions, extremely mechanically gifted player, and as we saw in the pregame, he's only 20. So, you know, this guy has
feels like he's been around a long time, too.
Right. So I think he probably made his splash in the scene when he was like 16 or 17, right? And he's been growing and improving as a player. This was a player that used to, I want to say 2 years ago, have games where he just crumbled, like made key mistakes. The higher the stakes were, the less you could count on him. And I feel like he's just completely overcome that.
Well, I think really part of that is because he's not on B-Blop squad anymore, right? That's probably... Since he's changed to this team, it has been smooth sailing for the most part. Of course, they're not playing with their regular position 4. We've talked about this many a time, but 9 class not able to make the tournament. But Sox, I mean, could you think of a better replacement for a position 4? This is a guy that used to be on the old Digital Chaos team that I was a part of, Cinder. And I remember when we were trying him out, both Bulba and I were like, this is the best position 4 I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
And I think the cool thing with this meta is because these heroes scale so well and they go into the late game. Remember when he was, we're going to see a big concoction here on the Quinn, but he will live. The fact that these Marana type heroes, these position 4s that scale, when he was ranked 1, 2, and 3 in the world on the leaderboards, he played carry, not support in those situations. So that's another guy to look out for.
Yeah, it's cool how when you're good at Dota, you're just good at Dota, you know? Like, there are some players that choose to truly specialize and only play more or less one role their entire career. And in terms of pro play, Saksa is that guy as well.
Yeah.
But he just has a very wide repertoire, and I think there's something good to be said about trying other roles out, whatever level you play on. Whether you're a pro player or you're a 4K player, like diversifying your pool gives you a different and deeper understanding of the game. And I think that's part of his X factor. Nice arrow. Blood
hits.
grenade.
Yes, I believe that will be first blood going the way of Tofu. So Gaming Gladiators first on the board. Beautiful arrow.
Damn. Just, you know, maybe we shouldn't talk about players. It's just setting them up for failure here.
Yep, true.
But guess what? Pure can recover from this because he is playing an excellent tournament. So this is not going to shake him at all because that is not a problem he has anymore. So, okay, let's look a little bit at some other lanes here. I think this top lane, it's dangerous, to be fair. The Brood can very easily snowball, and I think the problem for Tundra really kicks in when Ace hits level 6. Then I just don't really see this ET Luna lane staying at all, and you probably need to move your pieces around a little bit for Tundra, but until that point, you have some pressure plays of your own. I think especially the Alchemist, knowing that it's Thompson and how he likes to do surprising stuff, I think that's actually going to be the hero to watch even at the 6-minute mark. Could easily see him TPing to a side lane and trying to get something done with a higher level of concoction. Bottom lane for Tundra, I think this is the worst news of the series. As Fear pointed out, the Lone Druid matchup is really rough for Mars. But guess what? Ramses is actually doing quite well for himself so far.
Yep, not too shabby at all. And yeah, he's been very solid as an offlaner. Of course, played most of his career as a position 1, so it's been an adjustment over the last few years for him. But this mid lane, one lane we haven't really talked too much about, is the Storm Spirit for Quinn versus Thompson's Alchemist. And so far, Thompson is doing quite well.
Yeah, I think nowadays a lot of melee heroes that used to maybe struggle a little bit more against Storm do better. I would say Alchemist always would do okay in this matchup. You throw down the Acid Spray and you get some CS, and if Storm wants to come in for CS, especially in the past, you had to walk into the Acid Spray. Nowadays you can kind of go around it with the Static Slide, but yeah, Alch should be fine here. And of course he has the benefit of starting with additional gold, with the seed money facet. How did the first bounties go? Was that was a 3-for-1 split for Tundra as well, so even more went in their favor before the lanes actually began.
Well, I want to talk a bit about the Bear. Obviously that was a big discussion for the panel. Dyrachyo not known as the lone Druid player. Ace is typically that.
Yeah.
A little bit of a fake up, so you get the Brood in the off lane now, and Dyrachyo for the lone Druid. This facets in there, where you only get 3 slots, which just clicking on the hero just looks weird, first and foremost. But secondly, have you seen this in play yet?
I've not seen it in a pro game. I've seen it in pub games, and I think what people usually go for is something like what Dyrachyo is doing here. You just get some really cost-efficient, smaller items. He's going to start out with the Bracer here. I would imagine the second circlet turns into a Wraithband. Let's see. He's actually not going to complete that one for now. He's working on treads, by the looks of it. But yeah, I think it's really strong, and more so than anything, I think it's really strong for the way Gaming Gladiators play the game, right? They are a team that a lot of the time, we've talked about this in a lot of their series, that you hit that 20-minute mark and it's like they flick a switch and then they just decide, okay, now we want to win. Now we feel like ending this game. And you have a facet like this that just empowers your hero with fewer items. Talk about a match made in heaven for this team, right? Like that is when they want to peak anyway. So you're just making them stronger at the timing that they had with the previous facet.
Yeah, that's true. I never really thought of it that way. That's definitely true. I'm confused why we haven't really seen it for Dyrachyo, why they're bringing it out now.
A lot. There's been a lot of teams that have first phase banned Lone Druid against them, and sometimes it's made it through to the second phase and then been banned. And Gaimin didn't first pick it this series either, right? It was a second phase pick.
Yeah,
they did rate Mirana over everything, which I think is very understandable. I think Solar Flare has been the spell of the tournament.
Oh yeah, 100%.
It is incredibly good. And they've built a lineup here where they have 3 cores that all benefit a ton from this physical damage that Mirana's going to give them. A lot of the time when we see lineups with Mirana, like maybe 2 cores use it, but here it's all 3. I wonder if it works on the Bear.
Oh boy. I guess we'll find out a little bit later.
Because the Bear is a little bit of a pseudo-hero with certain abilities. I mean, I'll try to keep an eye out for it.
It can pick up runes, you know, so why not?
If it works on the Bear, that is actually just dirty.
Yeah, well, that's your job to click and find out, all right?
I'll keep an eye on it.
I'm sure you're forgetting about 30 seconds. As
You know
getting
me
pressure
so
hit
well.
by Thompson, but he did get that regen rune, so he's going to be super happy about that. That is the first power rune of the game. See how he actually uses it to potentially... I mean, how much maneuverability do they have to try to get some kills early on?
Well, both teams do have rotation power, right? The Storm is obviously the easier one to execute because you have so much reach, and with the regen rune, as you mentioned, that should be absolutely no problem. I think they're even, yep, they're going to bring him in here. Tofu's going to connect and pop that smoke, and the regen's off. So first move of the game from that mid lane should be coming the way from Gaming Gladiators toward that top lane, and Tundra, they might have the read here with Thompson in his tower.
Yep, they zip on in. Whitemon looks super dead. Tofu's going to join the party. Starstorm is there as well. Pure on the run. That regen's still going for Quinn. The Lucent Beam connects, but just too many heroes as Gaming Gladiators with a 3-0 start to this game.
And now comes the big question. What do you do now that Brood is 6 and your Luna is level 4? Because she's not coming back to this lane. I'm telling you that much. She doesn't stand a chance here. So is she going to start playing the top jungle? And if so, Gaming Gladiators know that's going to happen. So they're going to start warding here. They're going to start playing more offensively up here. They're maybe even going to start dewarding there under the assumption that Tundra will be needing that area to give Pure the recovery. Who's going to cover? Are they going to bring the Ench up there? Is the Alp going to have to sacrifice tons of farm to cover up the Luna? It's definitely off to a pretty rough start here from the side of Tundra. Close
the fact that the Wisdom rune is still up for Gaiman, by the way, it just shows how busy they are doing other things.
It's unimportant.
All right, concoction from Thompson. He's going to show himself. Obviously, if he can kill those spiders, that is going to be a lot of money for him. So Ace does have to be a bit careful for that.
It's quite difficult, though. He can't target the spiders themselves, so he either needs to run into them and explode, or he needs to throw them on a hero that's next to the spiders, and Ace has tons of experience on this hero, so unlikely.
Eventually, Tofu takes the Wisdom. Okay, so if I don't know if you want to say that they're on a time limit here, but Gaiman obviously are going to ramp up really fast, right? So
it's going to go fast.
For Thompson's build, what would you like to see? Because we've been seeing the Radiance as the typical go-to.
Yeah, we also haven't seen Alk mid. Right, I think this is the first game of the tournament, correct me if I'm wrong. At least I don't recall seeing a game that this was run. It's mainly been the carries. I think Radiance is too slow, but the question, like the old mid Alchemist build that some players would go for would be Solar Crest. I'm actually queuing up the Radiance now. It's high risk, high reward. I can't say I love it because I'm a little bit concerned.
First arena of the game will be reserved for Celery, and that's the first kill from Tundra. I mean, they're only down 1,000 at this point, so has not snowballed in Gaiman's direction quite yet, but good to get on the board nonetheless.
Is of course worth keeping in mind when looking at the gold that there is an Alchemist on the dire side.
Yes.
They have 3 bounty runes, and he's mid, and therefore he generally will have more CS than the safe lane Alch.
Yeah.
So this is actually, I would say, already a quite meaningful advantage for the side of Gaming Gladiators.
Oh, Whitemon.
And Whitemon.
Initiated on by Quinn. That is another kill to Gaiman's side. And Thompson can only just run away.
So what I was thinking was, in the past, what Alchemists would buy in mid would be the old Solar Crest, right?
Yeah.
Where you just amplify your concoction of the target, do a ton of damage with that and acid spray, and kind of snowball fights off of that, and a lower cooldown on the concoction. Not really an option you have anymore. The Radiance, most of the time, will probably be the best choice. I just think this game, particularly, the pace might just be so high that he gets this Radiance, and then they're pushing high ground. Like, that is a possibility here.
Yeah.
Already now taking over that mid-tier 1 and the top tier 1, so 10 minutes in. 10 minutes in.
Nice voice line. Go buy it in your Dota 2 store right now.
Yeah. It's nice when your players and co-casters advertise for your.
He really needs it, guys. He needs this win. All right. So, at what point is Gaiman going to be ready to just 5-man? Is the question I have.
I guess 1 to 2 auras is when they just look to push the high ground. So Chen will be getting the drums here. Those are not far off, so that will be the first one. I think Brood Greaves, we're looking at 3 minutes. Lone Druid is going for a Maelstrom first. I think pretty standard. I want to say drums, mech, plus 1 additional aura item and an Aegis, and they could even think about it. So 5 to 10 minutes is a real possibility.
By the way, I just thought of something which is very unique for me.
Yeah, that's a first.
So these necrotic webs from Ace, they reduce regen by 30%. Chemical Rage is regen. So if he's in, oh boy, Pure about to get completely surrounded. 2 tomatoes, a porcupine, and then some Game and Gladiators heroes as well. The 3rd death for him in this game. Boy, we really cursed him. Good lord. Soxa trying to pressure the tier 1 tower. In the meantime, Quinn will casually right-click him down. Soxa does not have his ult yet, so feels like, oh, he's actually regenerating quite a bit as Quinn running out of mana, but eventually does get the kill.
I will say, so you say we're cursing Pure, but I think if anything, this goes to show when one of the best carries, if not the, of the tournament in terms of performance individually so far is this much in trouble, it goes to show that Gaiman's prep and their strategy is really strong.
Yeah,
right?
that's true.
Because Pure has not had this much trouble in any game this tournament that I can remember, just getting absolutely run over, and his plan B is getting countered too. So now it's time for plan C. We'll see how long he gets to play this one before they take away the next area of the map. Ramses will be acting as wall here, but he can't cover it alone, so they're going to need to bring in the enchant as well. Arrow, gonna connect on Whitemon, no dive available. But Game and Gladiators own 60% of the map. We're 10 minutes in.
Yep.
It is a major concern for Tundra, and they need to very quickly get to something meaningful, and it's not going to come from Pure. So the guy you're looking at right now is Thompson getting his first big eye out. That's not the way to do it. I think denying yourself with a concoction at the Ancients is not a get-rich-fast scheme.
Maybe he knows something we don't, Cinderin.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
That's
going to slow him down a bit.
Lot of damage.
Yeah, that stack will give him Radiance though, if he can eventually finish it. But while he's thinking about that, the tier 2 tower top is gone.
Would you believe it? They've made us patch to this game, so now there's 2 Tormentors. He found the second one.
Soxa.
He's dead.
Very dead. Does have his ult now, but still. Just too much damage. And bottom lane, Dyrachyo. He is surrounded. There's the arena. The Eclipse coming out. His Thompson wins. Dyrachyo somehow kills Ramses before, and now Pure will get the trade. So not as clean as you would like if you're Tundra, but you do take out Dyrachyo at the very least.
He traded in a 1v4 and forced like 2 or 3 TPs to that tower. It doesn't get much better than that. Okay, he had Hand of God, so let's call it a 1.2 against 4. That was, the fact that he gets that outcome, I think he's pretty happy with it. Sure, yeah, he's a nice kill for Tundra and all, but again, now you've effectively, what this play did is it forced all of Tundra down in this area now. And for Game of Gladiators, this gives you the option of, we talked about constricting the map. Are you going to try to flush them out of this area now? And if so, where are they going to go? You have Vision top. You know the Storm is inhabiting that area. He just lives up here now. It's his new home.
Well, showing off the Radiance is Thompson, so do have to be a lot more careful with those little spiders. I assume, I mean, he's going to have to go like a Blink BKB or something to that effect as Ramses will find Quinn, or is it the other way around? 9-2 start for Gaiman as, again, you talked about it, 5k lead against a core Alk. As Thompson, he will run into Dyrachyo, gets off the concoction. Yep, Pure's in the area as well, gets off the Lucent Beam. Here comes Tofu though, trying to block them out, puts down the GG branch. Dyrachyo's stuck in a corner, big kill for Thompson. Showing some signs of life is Tundra. And Quinn, pretty low on mana, but he does have the rune bottled, as Thompson will be stunning himself again.
Look,
and just
his prime
casually
mistake
farming
is
away.
the Ancients, and this time he actually does explode next to the creeps. But didn't actually mean to farm those, so. Yeah, they stem the bleeding a little bit. It's good for them to find another kill onto Dyrachyo here for Tundra. But Gaming Gladiators still feels like this game is theirs to win. If they can keep the momentum up, if they can get the Roche, keep snowballing, get the last 2 tier 2 towers, and then it's just a matter of which items are you waiting for. Because I think if they take these next 2 towers and have the Aegis in hand, they effectively get to decide what happens in the game in the next 5 minutes. I think initiative is extremely limited for Tundra's lineup. I think a lot of the ways that their lineup could have found initiative had to happen early, but the lanes were so difficult that that stage of the game is kind of over. Enchantress didn't find much success, the Elder Titan didn't get too much done, and your mid-hero is Alchemist, so he needs to tread this difficult line between finding farm and actually being active. And he's been resorting mainly to the farm aspect on tops. He's barely ahead of Brood.
Yeah.
He's a mid-Alk, and they have about the same GPM going on here, so.
Okay, is this build that Dyrachyo is going for normal? He's going Gleipnir on the ranged Lone Druid, so the bear is not nearly part of this strat, it seems.
I mean, this is such a new thing for me that I don't really have much of a frame
There was a time when this was a thing, actually, as Pure will be able to TP out just barely.
That was very close.
There was a brief 1-week window in Dota 2 history where ranged Lone Druid was a thing.
What voice line is that? Wait, what? That's a Luna voice line?
I guess.
Hell yeah.
Purchase it now at the Dota 2 store.
I love Luna.
Along with Cinderins.
Very good.
Well, Pure's gotten a little bit of space, but we can see in terms of the net worth, still bottom of the cores. And on a Luna, that is very bad news. Getting a little bit closer to his eventual Manta style, though, which will help amplify the farm quite a bit. But he needs time, Cinder. I'm not sure if he has it.
And now the pipe comes out for Brood. So mech pipe complete. I'm assuming the Greaves are next to follow. Chen with the drum, soon a Solar Crest. And Lone Druid with the Gleipnir as well in 50 gold. Tofu now has the Shard, so he's not going directly into a utility item, but will be able to scale himself as well. A little bit of a, you could call it like a backup plan, and also the fact that because they have so many good aura buyers, it's kind of a luxury game for the Mirana where you can kind of buy whatever you feel like, I think.
Yep.
So we'll see what he puts this gold to use for.
Well, you say that today, it almost bit Snake King in the ass, getting a Satanic on the Mirana instead of some more helpful items.
There might have been a better item in that game, but they won.
It worked, technically, yes.
The champions always get to write history. No one will remember that he bought the wrong item because they won the game.
Yeah.
And everybody would have criticized him if they lost. So that's how it goes. All right, I believe it's time for Big Stone Man to meet half the population of the world of Dota.
Yes,
one go.
That's quite the zoo
this is
they've
quite
got
the
here.
home invasion here. All of them. This is like 50 units on Roche.
He's spotted, so he will likely just be the trade for Roche here. And the Aegis will be taken by Quinn, as we've talked about many a time, one of the best Aegis carrying heroes in the game. Nothing's changed on that front.
And Aegis, yeah.
Some TPs here, but Pure will be able to get away. And Manta still not quite finished yet. But he's not that far behind Quinn, if you look at the core net worths right now, so things are evening out a bit. In fact, you can see the lead has gone down to 2K, so that's the Alchemist effect.
Would you believe the win expectancy for this game is 50-50?
Is it really?
Yeah.
Really? Wow.
So the thing is here, we've talked Gaming Gladiators up and that it's impending, right? That they have this insane push coming. If you trip up once, if they have one failed push, their lineup could extremely quickly run out of steam against the lineup of Thunderbolts.
Okay, time to forget the myriad external pressures and life stresses that have...
Zips away just in time.
How cool is Celery to not...
Wait for it.
"30 seconds to video games. 30 seconds.
Mine by right, as well as by might.
Eita!
Bounty.
Dire's courier has been murdered. Good news. Bottom tower being attacked. Congratulations, your middle tower is being attacked. Mid tower taking damage.
Fresh meat!
Your middle tower is under attack.
Double kill!
Fresh meat!
At last, the beast is laid to rest. Dire's courier is dead. At last.
Killing spree! Blows
Oh, how wonderful! Your middle tower is being torn to pieces. Mid tower taking damage. Your middle tower is under attack. Look at how invulnerable Dire's towers are. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Mid tower taking damage.
This is what the fates give me! In my family, this qualifies as the talk.
Top tower under siege. Radiant structures are fortified. The enemy's bottom tower is fallen.
Feast of famine.
Pathetic.
I'll take that as tribute. Mine is truly a blessed life.
enemy's top tower has fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Fresh mate!
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Killing spree! Killing spree!
Your bottom tower is under attack. Bottom tower being attacked. If you have any last words for your bottom tower, well, it's already too late. Dire have fortified their towers. Your middle tower is under attack.
Double kill!
Mid tower taking damage.
Fresh mate!
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Dominated!
We may forget Radiant's career, but we'll never forgive it. Never. Congratulations! Your middle tower is being attacked.
Fresh meat!
Mid tower taking damage. Your middle tower is under attack.
Fresh meat!
Have fortified their towers.
I'll take that as tribute.
That a pretty thing.
Accept your death.
Wow! top tower is under attack.
Fresh mate! Fresh mate!
Dire structures are fortified.
Fresh mate!
Double kill!
See what you've done.
Top tower under siege. enemy's middle tower demolished.
Regeneration! Bounty!
Flashmate!
Maybe no one attacked Dire's tower for a few seconds here. To teach one another about life, death, love, fear, and getting to come back immediately after you're murdered.
Maybe I'll have a nap. Fresh meat!
enemy's middle tower has fallen. Dire structures are fortified. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Enemy towers are now invulnerable. Your bottom tower is under attack. Unfortunately, the enemy's middle barracks is fallen. Your bottom tower is being middle tower demolished. Their middle tower is destroyed. Praise the Radiant and their knowledge of meta-systems to manipulate the flow of battle ranks.
This one, Void Spirit seems like an incredibly good ban. You are playing versus Conka and a Puck.
Yeah, Shadow Demon plus all the backline supports very vulnerable towards the Aghanim's from Void Spirit. I mean, they're definitely lacking a hero that can deal with the Puck. And all the heroes that they have right now, they're not exactly the best at catching Puck.
Or maybe there's a better support that adheres to the let's try and look down and catch the puck, and now it's even better
about
argument.
Lion? Something like a Lion?
I was
saying Lion without saying Lion.
I was thinking about Lion or Skywrath. Either of those two heroes, they kind of do the same thing. Sky would give you more burst. Lion would give you less of a terrible hero. But it does make the lane a little bit weird, because then that would be like Sky Enigma or Lion Enigma, which is very strange. They do go for the Void Spirit ban, so they're thinking of a Puck answer from the mid lane, which I agree with. I think that's the most likely here.
Now it comes down to, is that mid counterpick to Puck mid worth picking, right? Or do you just throw the Sand King mid and do what you guys are talking about? A lot is going to be in the pool still. I think versus Puck, is there no Monkeys banned? Okay, Dragon Knight's the last thing I can really think about that does really well versus Puck in the mid lane. Maybe there's more, like
Tiny. I like that.
Sure. I mean, we saw snipers as well.
Oh, now I really like Tiny.
Yeah, Drow's going to be that last pick for Tundra. That's going to be their carry, so Pure will be picking it up for themselves. And you're saying the Tiny, once coming out of that mid lane, it's going to be able to really jump on top of the Drow and just burst her? Is that the idea that you're having towards what he can do out of the lane?
You toss her in. I mean, she doesn't like to be... she's all about positioning. Tiny's the best hero at disrupting positioning. It beats the Puck in lane. It can jump the back line, SD and the Tusk, and one-shot these heroes. It does make it so that that flex we're talking about happens, which is a bit weird. You end up with an Enigma plus a Snapfire lane, or Celery is going to play Snap for the first time in the tournament, and it's not going to be Tofu, and then they'll have a different lane on the safe lane. Like, it just leads to some weird flexes, but I guess I trust Tundra's read that there's a mid laner coming out of game in here.
I will say Enigma offlane just got a lot better. Even if it is at the sacrifice of like a Sand King going support, if they really want to go that route. Unlikely, but possible. I'm really thinking if I'm gaming, how can I make this Enigma work in the offlane? If not, then just go ahead and pick a mid for Quinn here.
So it's a Quinn, sorry, it's a Quinn. It's a mid or a 5 is what we're thinking now.
5 or 4, yeah.
5 or 4.
Depending how they want to flex the Snapfire.
There's just way too many options.
It's a very open-ended draft, yeah.
Which is good and bad.
If they want, they could put Alchemist on position 4 with Enigma too. Like, who really knows?
Don't keep going, please, Theo.
So Sand King's going mid here.
Yeah.
Underlord's very good against Drow in the game. Pretty good in the lane as well. Underlord plus Snapfire. Pretty good amount of damage with your spells. It's pretty good at stopping the snowball save with the pit. Pretty good against Puck as well with the root.
Yeah, we were thinking a little bit too like 1-to-1 counter. I think Underlord gives them a very solid timing in the game. Celery on Enigma can go for like the drums Vlads, maybe do the thing that Fear was talking about, where the alt goes in jungles and then Celery takes the lane, gets some net worth that way, and then Ace can go for the other aura items, which is the Greaves and the Pipe, and that'll give them a really solid timing where at that point, Dyrachyo and Alk should have Radiance plus like 1.5 items. And I think that's a really good point for them to get the tempo and win the game.
Fear, I'm going to need you to give the Tundra fans out there a little bit of hope that we're going to get a game 3, that they're going to be able to secure game 2 for this with this draft for themselves.
Sure, I mean, Thompson's going to have a great laning stage. He's laning for Sand King, should be pretty easy. He's going to get some runes, go across the map, gets also kill. Ramses has absolutely free lane on the Kunkka. He'll be able to make some rotations as well, win the lane, and he's going to be very, very farmed. He'll get his fast blade mail, fast pipe, or the Aghanims. I expect a lot from Ramses this game.
Okay, well, I'm glad we're leaving it on that note, because we're going to head on down to the stage with Slacks and our Tundra coach, Moon.
Hello, Copenhagen. That is right. We're ready for our next game here. I have Moon. Give it up for Moon. Fantastic. Good to see you again, my friend. It's a pleasure as always.
Yep.
All right. So you banned Brood. You banned Chen.
Yes.
You banned Lone Druid.
Yes.
Any reason why?
Well, this guy's won Riyadh using zoo heroes, so we figured ban the zoo heroes, as many as we can.
Do you think you're banned enough to get away with it? You guys have less zoo to deal with now?
I mean, they still picked Enigma, and they're still abusing auras of Underlord, so we'll see.
All right, fantastic. Now, what did you say to the boys after that first game? It was a little tough, a little rough. You know, you've been in this situation before. You're a consummate professional. Did you say anything to get their heads back into the game?
So it's okay, guys. We just play 2 best of 1s after.
There we go. That's what I like to hear. And we're going to see that Sand King coming out first there. How's the thoughts on the Sand King? We saw some crazy Sand King earlier today. Will we see just as nuts of a Sand King here today?
Well, Maureen is Grandmaster Sand King, and Soul is 33. But Quinn is Silver level 6 Sand King, so this guy's a noob Sand King.
Oh, that's what I like to hear. Well, we'll see if those words live up. Best of luck to you, my friend. It's going to be one heck of a series, and we'll be throwing over to our casters.
Quinn's a noob. Today I learned.
That's definitely not getting clipped out of context. Good way to start that one. Setting yourself up for failure has always been one of your strong suits.
Thank you. Oh, thank you, fan.
What a
Thank
nice
you.
sign. How wholesome.
Now cross out Syndarin's name.
Yeah.
Right now.
That's probably the thing you should be doing, yeah. What a switch up. Can I just say, this is 9 new heroes compared to last game, and if you want to count that the Alchemist is on the opposite team, it's actually 10.
Yeah.
So complete switch up. We were talking about how Tundra needed to make some adjustments. They made all the adjustments they possibly could. They didn't even prioritize their own Mars as number 1. They went for the Shadow Demon on Saksa, which, in my opinion, might be one of Saksa's top 3 best heroes of all time, together with his Tusk, and I don't know what the third one is. I should not have dug that hole.
Okay, good job.
But definitely those 2. His Shadow Demon is amazing. And on the same side of Gaming Gladiators, they have, a lot of their bread and butter. They've got the Underlord, which is one of their best heroes. I would say the Celery Enigma is a bit of a deviation. He plays this hero very well, but I don't know how sold I am on this playing into an offlane Kunkka. This should be a very, very good lane matchup for the side of Tundra this time around, and I think no matter what happens, it's very unlikely to follow the same trajectory of the previous game, right? Like, the lineups are just too different.
Well, you say that now. I mean, I'm not sure. We'll see.
I might have to eat those words in 20 minutes.
Yeah, well, Gaimin have, it feels like they're predictably unpredictable in a way, where you know the kind of strat they're going to be using, but you don't know how they're going to do it exactly. Like with what heroes, let's see if they can do it with 5 brand new heroes. But they do play fast pretty much every single time.
Yeah.
So Tundra's all about defending. I mean, what is the best strat against Gaimin, would you say? Just like as a mindset? Like, get to a certain point of the game and we're golden kind of thing, or?
I definitely think the number one thing you don't do is be too greedy. I think that's the biggest Achilles heel that a lot of the teams, and I want to say especially the Chinese region, has struggled with against Gaming Gladiators the last 2 years, is that they have picked 2 weak lanes and heroes that need to farm too much.
Yeah.
And then they lose the lanes and they lose the mid game and they never get to play their lineup. So I think the number one foundation playing as this team is you need to be competitive in lanes. You don't have to win them, but you need to do well enough that you can get to stage 2 of the game, and then you need to out-execute them, in particular, I would say, in one team fight. If you beat these guys in one team fight between minute 15 and 20, a lot of the time that can be enough. We've seen Gaimin bleed at this tournament in multiple games where a team just outplays them once or twice and the script kind of falls apart. The problem is that they're so extremely good at playing this way that you really have to bring your A game, whereas maybe against certain other teams in this tournament you can play maybe at 85% of your potential and it might cut it. Against Gaimin you generally need to bring like 95 plus. It's a very tight window you need to hit every game.
Well, the winner of this series gets the pleasure of facing off against Team Liquid, which Gaimin versus Liquid would be what, the 100th time this year, I think?
Yeah.
And Liquid have lost every single time, basically.
If you're in the audience or you're watching at home and you're like, Liquid versus Gaimin, I've never seen that match before. That is the ultimate self-report that you've not followed Dota for 2 years.
Yeah.
So don't say that around your friends that you're trying to impress. Unless you're trying to impress them with how much other stuff you do aside from watching Dota.
Yeah, exactly. If you have a life, congratulations.
Yep.
You're in the minority here, for sure.
Right,
so this
let's insult the audience again. The Sungsven Classic. Disruption into Torrent. But they're not going to pursue.
There it is. As we have a concoction from Duraccio with the acid spray being laid down for Ramses. Just a little bit of harassment back and forth. Already 2 stacks of Shadow Poison from Soxa, though, onto Celery. And the third will connect. He's going to pop the stick. Blood Grenade applied as well. Not able to get the 4th, though, as Soxa eventually run down. And Celery will take a bit of damage here, but should be able to survive. So first blood for Gaimin again.
And I would say a little bit of an unexpected one of the kind. This was not the first lane I was expecting to see a kill in. And if it were, it would maybe have been potentially on the Enigma. But yeah, as the side of Tundra, got to be a little bit careful with throwing out all your spells just to harass, because you're opening a counterplay possibility for the Alchemist immediately there. And they will take advantage of that. So probably lesson learned here for the side of Soxa and Ramses. Unfortunately, when you're playing against an Alchemist Enigma lane, just getting that level 3 on Enigma is already a very big deal, and he's managed to do this without too much of an issue. So I think once again, Gaimin are going to be pretty happy with the start that they've had.
So from Tundra's perspective, what is their, like, I don't want to say time limit. We're going to see Pit of Malice applied. Oh, okay, nice snowball to mitigate some of this, but they're both going to get rooted again. Big Scatterblast to follow. Pure now on the run. But Whitemon will have his fat body in the way, so no harm done in the end.
What do you think about Drow attacking Underlord and his health bar moving 1%? Do you think Pure's enjoying that, or?
Well, depends on if he's a masochist or not, I suppose.
Should I pick Queen of Pain then?
Perhaps ask him after this series is over. Note for Nomad.
Whether he wins or loses, did you enjoy when you couldn't damage the enemy off later? Did it remind you of Poor Man's Shield from before you were born?
You know, the funny thing is, I'm completely segueing here. It's not related at all to what you just said. When I think of Ace as a player, Cinder, I actually think of Underlord. I know he plays a lot of heroes, but Underlord is, like, for some reason, his signature that I think of.
I would agree with that, in particular because it's the hero he plays the most that others don't, right? I think that's why it stands out, is that he prioritizes it so much more than every other team in this tournament. And there was, I also think a part of it is when Gaimin kind of made a name for themselves, Underlord was one of their pocket strategies in the beginning. And then it just became a standard strategy that everybody came to expect. But it was one of the, I believe it was one of the first, I'm blanking on which tournament it was. It was when the, it was when we got the bigger map, I think.
Yeah.
They ran this almost immediately with great success because he has a global ability and he is able to farm a lot, buy auras, and take advantage of all of this new potential.
Yeah, Fiend's Gate has really changed how this hero, well, not really. It's changed the way the hero plays in the mid game where you're actually transitioning to other lanes as opposed to before. I feel like it was more of a getaway. You'd rarely see it used.
Yeah.
The old ult, which I can't, it was Dark Rift, actually, I do believe. But of course, Cinderin had a great idea for an ult for Underlord, sent it to Ice Frog, and they put it in the game.
Which it turns out someone else had that idea 10 years earlier on the Play Dota forums, but you know, I'll take credit.
That's what they tell you to make you feel bad. It was all you.
All right, you're a good friend. Occasionally.
Pure, okay.
And you really try.
Dyrachyo.
Classic Dyrachyo ganks through the gate.
And that's going to be a stun on himself as Pure going to get cooked by Tofu.
Shards.
Shards going to force Whitemon away. And Pure, he's taking a decent amount of damage, but more rotations come from Soxa and company. So this little wraparound from Gaiman not able to find a kill.
Really good play from both teams there, to be honest. I think the rotation from Dyrachyo there was not an obvious play, so that initiation to begin with was quite clever, but Tundra did a very good job line of sighting him, so he's done himself, and then Whitemon with some really crucial ice shards blocking off Enigma from finding Malefice onto Drow, which would have been a 100% kill.
You mentioned this matchup. Ramses is 50-14 versus Dyrachyo's 31-5.
Yeah.
Wow. I didn't think it would be this bad. That's pretty crazy.
Fortunately, Quinn has a haste run and he'll go kill the enemy carry, so Dyrachyo's still far ahead of Pure. And now they're going to dive
Whitemon cookied up.
He's
gets the snowball. Yeah. Onto the siege.
And he's
he is surrounded and will eventually be killed off. Only question is who will get credit for it. It will be Ace. And now the tier 1 tower is next.
Straight back to mid for Quinn. Job well done. He got 2 kills on the bottom lane, and now he's going to get back to defend his tower and farm. Easily top net worth in the game. Maybe Moon inspired him a lot with that great speech. Moon has been known for his speeches.
Oh, yeah.
And he really lit a fire onto Quinn, saying he's bad at this hero because he's only level 6.
Yeah, Quinn definitely heard that through the soundproof.
That's a fair point, but sometimes you just feel the vibe. You know, he saw Moon. Okay, he saw Moon walk out onto the stage to be interviewed, and he knew what it was about. He didn't need to hear anything.
That's fair. I've heard enough of them.
Yeah.
A nice block off here as Quinn actually cannot get to the low ground. Will Burrow strike Topson though, who waning rifts away. Soxa.
Good thing.
Rotation over as well. Topson will be able to get away and secure the invisibility rune.
And they even tried to get that kill with a deep, with the full bore scatterblast, but not quite from Tofu. He had already jaunted away on the puck, so still looking like a good start for Gaiman Gladiators, which is, you know, how it tends to go in a lot of their games.
Yeah.
But I will say in comparison to the previous game, as I mentioned, the nature of the strategies are very different, and I wonder if Gaiman can still find this balling up window. They're going to be relying on a different nature of building the auras. As the panel talked about, Celery can buy them on Enigma, but I think it's likely he'll get them slower than on Chen. He won't have that global heal, which is an addition to that aura strategy. Instead now of the Brood, they're running the Underlord, which I would say on average farms slower than Brood, so I think it's a bit of a plan B as well. So all in all, probably not going to hit the exact same window, but it could still be the same trajectory just 5 minutes later. And Tundra will do everything in their power to try to avoid that. Currently what Topson's doing mid is very good for that.
That's
almost taking the mid-tier tier 1 tower on the puck minute 9.
Drinking buddies with the coil attached. Oh, he actually does not break it. He's still in the high ground. The snowball does secure the kill, but Ace has come in with the Pit of Malice now onto Whitemon, who's eventually going to get chased out, so it will likely just be a 1-for-1 trade.
Here's your shovel! Dig!
As the Firestorm and the Necro Book will assist.
Yep. In case you don't know what that is, it says that it summons Necronomicon units, and it's on you to Google what that means.
That's right.
That's information for old players. If you're a young or a new player in Dota 2, certain things are just...
So there's a rite of passage in Dota.
Exactly.
Sometimes you just gotta look it up.
That is a very good way of phrasing it.
That
so
is
mid-tier 1 down.
Stacks.
Topson will get the mid-tier 1 tower sub 10 minutes as puck. I want to say that's very, very unusual. So took good advantage of the fact that Quinn was rotating to put some pressure on the tower and just never left. He's kept pushing this tower the whole time. He's still 1,000 gold behind the Sand King, which I find quite surprising. But, you know, it's Sand King. So maybe I shouldn't be surprised that even though you have barely left your lane on the puck.
It's Quinn Sand King, as Moon put it, right? As Whitemon, he's going to break this smoke, Tofu and Quinn. Okay, he actually puts down a ward as well.
Oh, he walks into them.
Yeah, they see him in the trees. Can he juke? Oh, Burrow Strike missed.
He can.
Quinn Sand King, as the great Moon Meander once said 10 minutes ago.
You learn this stun on level 10 as Sand King. I don't mean hero level, but of course Dota Plus level.
Yeah, Dota Plus.
Very unfortunate he was actually level 10. That made the joke really bad.
I was going to say, I think Silver is level 10. There's Moon Meander on the bottom right as we have a gank here. Quinn, he's going to get the Burrow Strike correctly used here as White Mon will take a tumble.
It was just a setup to bait more heroes to rotate and then make the same play again.
And Thompson, just being a bit of an annoyance, will use the Illusory Orb to jaunt away. So he's going for the Witchblade. You can see Dyrachyo, obviously the Alchemist Radiance, no big surprise. I mean, I guess last game was kind of up in the air what Thompson wanted to go for just because it was a mid, but position 1, pretty much always going to be Radiance.
Now on the other side, you mentioned the Kunkka. He's top net worth in the game over an Alk who has 70 CS minute 11. So Ramses has got 125, including 2 massive stacks in their own area. So really prioritizing getting an early pipe on him. And it seems to be the mindset here for Tundra. Similar to previous game, just that in the sense that they want to defend their towers. But I think this time around, Ramses can find a much, much bigger impact with how good of an early start he has. You add the Rum to that from the Ghost Ship. And they have some amazing teamfight combos with the Puck plus Coil.
Speaking of Coil, will be used. Thompson's already kind of low on HP as the Fiend's Gate's coming. Mortimer's Kisses doing a decent amount of work as Ramsey's going to get stuck inside of the pit. The Burrow Strike will be there as well. He gets drinking buddies though. Soxa will self-disrupt. Likely will fall here as the Black Hole comes from Celery. That's the death of Soxa, and Ramsey's probably next on the list. Indeed he is. And they even find Thompson on the other side. So Gaming Gladiators, they look at their HP. Like nobody's even damaged here basically. It's a 3 for nothing.
You've got to be super careful with fight selection. They have some good skirmishing heroes, but yeah, as you said, the damage isn't really the best just yet. Puck needs the Witchblade. You ideally need a couple more levels on the Shadow Demon and the Tusk to pull this off. And when you're playing offlane utility Kunkka with Pipe first, this hero doesn't deal good damage. That was a 5-on-4. Pure never joined, so they're missing that carry output. To be fair, I don't think he should have joined. I just think they shouldn't have taken that initiation to begin with. And Gaming Gladiators say, thank you very much for going on us. We're going to gate in and just crush you with numbers. That was very, very easy. You got to be careful as Tundra already now. That was a very big mistake. And that snowballs fast.
It was a 2K lead for Gaimin before that with Alchemist, so probably roughly even. 6K now after one fight. It snowballs really fast.
Yeah.
Dyrachyo, Sacred Relic in tow, just about 100 away from finishing.
Actually,
Full Radiance
has
now.
it. I wonder why maybe he's waiting for the TP scroll as well, I guess. But yeah, that's going to be a 13-minute Radiance. Not the fastest, but it's solid. And overall, the course of the game is fine for
It's
them.
off the X. The Torrent did not hit, but they should have enough damage. Obviously, Celery without the Black Hole still.
This is such a slow kill, though. Still.
Yeah, they just don't have damage, do they?
Yeah.
I mean, Drow is going to be their damage if Pure can get there.
Yeah, there's a reason this hero hasn't been particularly popular this tournament. She's not that great in lane. She's not that fast to come online. And in a meta where a lot of teams are focusing on fighting around that 15 to 20 minute mark to really build their advantage, Drow is just pretty far down the list of heroes that I think is appealing for that. So maybe Tundra.
Well, I think I could be wrong, of course. Usually am, in fact. If they get to a later stage of the game, Aghanim Scepter for Drow is crazy against basically any Gaming Gladiators lineup. Right?
She is very good.
Very strong.
For sure. But again, as we've talked about in the previous series, this is the mistake that a lot of teams make against Gaimin, is that they think too far into the game.
Yeah.
I think against this team, you should think about what's our strategy for the first 20 minutes, then you drill that, figure out how you do it, and then whatever comes after is second consideration.
Mm-hmm.
I think any lineup where you're planning for minute 40 is a mistake. Once the 20-minute goal has been achieved, then you can start planning for minute 40. And, well, right now, came in with a 7,000 gold lead, and the dive here.
He's spotted. Concoction's coming for him with the Burrow Strike and the Epicenter. Nice disruption from Soxa. Gonna mitigate a ton of that damage. The Kunkka's stuck inside the pit, though, as Soxa's facing the rain of Dyrachyo, who will eventually run him down. Ramses is actually the first to fall, though, as Soxa somehow living this long,
across,
but not for much longer. So it is 2 kills for Gaimin.
I don't think Saksa meant to disrupt the Sand King there. I think he actually misclicked and wanted to disrupt the Kunkka because the Epicenter as well as the Sandstorm were still running, so the disruption actually didn't do that much. But in all honesty, I don't know if it really matters. I think if he saves him for another 5 seconds, what's that going to do? He got all of his spells out in the Kunkka. The simple version of this is they just can't fight. There's not enough in the tank right now versus this incredibly strong mid-game lineup that Game and Gladiators have right now. 10,000 gold, minute 16.
Yep.
Remember when I said it was going to be the exact same game as the last one? Everybody remembers that.
Waning Rift onto 2, Thompson with very little mana, and there is the Pit of Malice. He's going to use the phase shift and be able to Illusory Orb out. And Whitemon, nice block, but there's not going to be any follow-up. I mean, Pit of Malice against any mobility hero is so hard to deal with.
It's a problem when the highlights for Tundra right now is not dying. I was like, that was a good play because Puck got away. That really seems to be the state of the game. Pure, let's see if he can make a good play and escape this one.
Yep, he's going to attempt to TP out, but the Burrow Strike from Quinn and the Scatter Blast eviscerates him.
Oh, Thompson already jaunted.
Thompson will have to use his coil in retreat. He's going to take a drinking buddies and run away.
Yeah, the fact that he jaunted already is going to force him to use ult. So now they don't have that either if they were ever planning on anything. I suppose with the current game state and their inability to fight, I guess it doesn't really matter that much having the key cooldown on that. In a lot of other situations, that would have been a bigger deal.
Oh boy,
where are they going?
5-man gate to kill Saksa! Get wrecked! They really hate him. And now the mid lane, they will try to push their advantage even more. They haven't even gone for the first Roche yet. This has just spiraled out of control. Quinn gonna force Thompson out again. And he now
find
has
Ramsey's top as well. I wonder if there's going to be any rotation here. This is going to be a quite long chase, but they're going to start it off with a pit. TP coming in from Sand King and out from the south.
Yeah,
Ramsey's.
And Quinn has now made his way over. This should be the death of Ramses again.
Surrounded
Actually
on
uses
all
his
sides.
boat. But yeah, Tundra. Ooh, this is looking really rough. I was expecting, I mean, obviously it could get turned around here, but ever since we mentioned that Pure was the best player in this tournament, Cinderin.
You should have never said it.
You agreed with me. You're part of this curse.
That's what friends do.
Yeah.
Like, do I look good in this shirt?
Boy.
Yeah, you do. But
Black Hole ensures yet another kill. Whitemon tried for some sort of a save, but he might just get run down as well. Meanwhile, they are just dropping like flies. Epicenter not going to do that much damage because of the disruption as Pure trying to keep Quinn at arm's length, but his arms are really gangly and long, Cinderin. He's going to get the Burrow Strike and the kill.
This is a good opportunity to learn.
He has ridiculous wingspan.
what if Gaiman were tricking everyone the whole tournament into banning their second best strategy? And now they gave them their best strategy by banning all their heroes.
The kisses come from very far away. Quinn with a double kill. My goodness, this is not even remotely close. What happened? This is the upper bracket semis.
Yep.
Gaiman are making Tundra look just awful. But Gaiman, they are just on another level right now, it feels like. They get the tier 3, and now looking for their first set of racks at 19 minutes. No Roche even attempted yet, by the way.
They feel invincible. They're just way too
feels
tanky
like
on
they
their
are.
heroes. Sand King Bloodstone, you put a Solar Crest on him, you have Underlord next to him with Greaves. You have Glimmer on the Snapfire. The Alchemist himself already has a Manta as well, so he has a self-dispel when he gets jumped on to be in front and cause confusion. Hey, I mean, it's like a broken record, but genuinely, Tundra cannot fight. It's just not possible. So what do? This is the catch-22 you face yourself with in a lot of Game and Gladiators games is, well, when the early game goes poorly and you reach this mid-game and you can't fight them, what is your plan, actually?
Yeah.
Are you going to play keep away and try to out-farm them and just dodge them? Are you even going to be able to match their farming speed in that case because they control 75% of the map? Are you going to just YOLO into a fight and hope for the best? What if they never split up so you can't get a skirmish?
Oh boy. Pure gets stunned. Whitemon doing a nice job of blocking off one hero, but the problem is there's many others to contest with. That's going to be 2 quick kills again for Gaiman. It is 19-2. And coming into this, Tundra have been looking really good too.
Yep.
So It just goes to show, and it's funny, every time we cast Game and Gladiators, it's like, oh, this is a really bad matchup for the other team. They can't handle it. What's a good matchup against Gamer? That's the question.
Yeah. I mean, how many tournaments have we seen them have a semi-slow start, which was also the case in the Road to International this time. It wasn't like they had a flawless group stage or anything.
Yeah.
They've just learned from the games they lost. They've come to the right conclusions, as they seem to do in general. And they've leveled up super hard. So it's not necessarily the other teams having a poor showing or being worse. It's just Game and Gladiators are bringing a completely different level to the table than they did on day one.
Yeah.
And now you're the ones who need to play catch-up. In this game, unlikely to happen, but of course, this is an upper bracket match, so you have a second shot as Tundra unless you pull off the most ridiculous comeback of this tournament while being down 20k gold minute 21.
Yeah.
Unless you can somehow find this way. The silver lining is there's a lot of tape to study, a lot to learn, and arguably this is more than likely going to be the hardest matchup you're playing until you might meet them again ultimately.
Most likely, that is correct. Dyrachyo, okay. Do they have the damage to kill him off? No, he mances on the X. Wow,
my God.
Perfect timing, and now the runaround is here.
First blood. Have I got juice on my chins? me!
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Mid tower taking damage. Your middle tower is under attack.
Ah! Fresh meat!
I see you all
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Let me get my ass back.
Killing spree! Double kill!
Your top tower is under attack. Top tower under siege. Well, my goodness, your top tower is being attacked. Dire have fortified their towers. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. I hope having a top tower was not a part of your strategy. Radiant have fortified their towers.
Regeneration! Take that as tribute.
The enemy has denied you their middle tower. Bastards. Dire's structures are fortified.
Dominating!
Radiant have fortified their towers. Oh, how wonderful! Your middle tower is being torn to pieces. Mid tower taking damage. Your middle tower has been eliminated. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Every coin helps.
Fresh meat!
You do know your bottom tower is being attacked, right? Dire's structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is let its own inevitable. Bottom tower being attacked. Your bottom tower is in ruins. Your bottom tower is under attack. I am not your bottom tower, but if I were, I'd be in a lot of pain. Your bottom tower is under it. No, wait. It's dead. That is stripped. Top tower under siege. Your top tower has fallen. No one go defend top tower. It's alert to defend itself. Top tower under siege. You've lost your top tower.
You're not going anywhere. Bullseye. Challenge.
Bravery and stupidity.
Regeneration.
Chopping up double damage. I'll take that as tribute.
Your middle tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Radiant structures are fortified. Mid tower taking damage. Mid tower taking damage. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your middle barracks are taking your middle barracks. Just look at how not middle there anymore. Is the left kidney of Dota. No one really needs it. Your middle tower is under attack. Look at how invulnerable Dire's towers are. Your top barracks are being fired upon. And thus, your top barracks will fall. Your top barracks has fallen.
Cold wind.
Blasphemy!
majestic, fearless stallion you.
Immortality.
tower taking damage. Dire have fortified their towers. Bottom tower being attacked. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has been destroyed. Enemy fire upon your bottom barracks. Without your bottom barracks, there are incoming enemy mega creeps.
Unstoppable!
Enemies are ravaging your middle tower, and it's a beautiful day. Your ancient is being attacked, but no worries, take your time. But you're about to raise the Radiant's meta systems to manipulate the flow of battle.
is all.
Is everyone ready?
Lamentation.
One minute until 30 seconds after battle. God, I really hope this match ends up being of any cosmic significance.
That's not for the likes of you.
To an explosive start.
Dire have fortified their towers.
Denied. Second courier in another game of Dota gains the strength of 100 couriers and wins the game.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
Your top tower is under attack. Top tower under siege. Your top tower is under attack. Mid tower taking damage. Is under attack. are you buying? Bottom tower being attacked.
Stay down!
Mid tower taking damage. Top tower under siege. Maybe no one attacked Dire's towers for a few seconds here. Top tower under siege. Your top tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Mid tower taking damage. That middle tower you used to have. Wasn't it lovely back when you used to have it? Bottom tower is under attack.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
Radiant have fortified their towers. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is fallen. Hopefully, we've learned from Radiant's courier how not to welcome the dark tide of evil into your heart. Suppose we defend that bottom tower, hmm? Yes? Yes? Bottom tower being attacked. If I'd like not to lose my top tower as a thought you ever had, I suggest you get over there right away. Bottom tower being attacked. Your bottom tower is being destroyed. Dire's structures are fortified.
Unstoppable! Double kill!
Well fought. Your middle tower is under attack. Top tower under siege. Mid tower taking damage. Mid tower taking damage. Your towers are nice and fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack. Bottom tower being attacked. You've destroyed their middle tower. You win the game. One's little sobbing rapturous flowing through one's veins.
Killing spree!
Your top tower is under attack. Top tower under siege. No one go defend top tower. It needs to learn to defend itself. Your top tower has been destroyed. Your middle tower is under attack. Mid tower taking damage. Let us follow their remaining unmistakable. Your middle tower. enemy's top tower has fallen. Your bottom tower is learning to accept its own inevitable. Dire have fortified their towers. Top tower under siege.
Blessings upon loyal warriors.
Mid tower damage.
master.
Someone left, but they're going to miss the digital sports.
Is over.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Bottom tower being attacked. Okay, back to killing each other.
Double trouble.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Oh, they're just toying with us now. Your bottom tower is in ruins.
Get better.
pieces. Dire have duct-taped cardboard all over their structures. Enemy's middle tower demolished. How Enemy's top tower destroyed.
My master.
Your top tower is under attack.
Remind me of someone!
Top tower under siege. Your top barracks are being fired upon. And thus, your top barracks defense structures are continued. Your middle tower is being destroyed. Mid tower taking damage. Your middle tower is being eliminated. enemy's top tower has fallen. The enemy's top barracks has fallen. Enemy's top barracks destroyed. Dire structures are fortified.